Here. Consider yourself lucky that I give a crap about graduating. Otherwise, I would have made you do this entire thing on your own. Don't thank me for stupid shit, little mouse. I'm fully capable of pulling my own weight. Thank you very much. Anyway, I gotta go. Email me about the presentation later or whatever. What now? No, I'm not doing the presentation. I told you. You should consider yourself lucky that I helped out at all. Besides, I can't. I have somewhere I have to be today. Why don't you mind your own business and keep your questions to yourself, little mouse? See, this is why you have no friends. Because you keep asking stupid questions. Not everyone wants to divulge every aspect of their lives to someone else, you know? Whatever. I don't have time for this. I gotta go. I swear to God, if it wasn't for the Academy's policy of having to join a club or internship in order to graduate, I would have been out the door already. Aren't you like Lake Valerie Academy's resident nerd? How did you not know that that was a policy? Don't tell me you were just joining clubs and internships for fun. Well, you really do not have a social life. Anyway, I've wasted enough time as it is. If I were you, I would run along to the club room before you get marked absent. Why are you so adamant on finding out what I'm going to do? Just because you and I worked on one stupid pitch with each other, mind you, because we were forced to, doesn't make the two of us friends, okay? Besides, I enjoy fucking around with that stupid little brain of yours to ever consider you a friend. So, just shut your mouth and run along. Got it? What? Say that again. That's not what you originally said, sweetheart. Go on. You had no trouble saying it the first time. Say it again. You think it wouldn't be fair of me to leave you to do the presentation by yourself. And why is that? Is it because you don't want to stand up in front of the classroom on your own, with everyone's eyes on you, waiting for you to mess something up? Don't tell me that's actually the reason why. Oh my God, you're actually pathetic, but why are you hiding your face? Didn't your mother ever teach you to look someone in the eye when they talk to you? Are you? You're flustered, aren't you, little mouse? I wonder, what could you be flustered about? Could it be because of the position we're in? If I leaned in any more, my lips would be on yours. And here I thought you were just another naive little nerd with a head filled with nothing but school and work. But in reality, you really are a messed up little thing. How so? Tell me, how many people do you know would get flustered when their bully pins them against a wall, trapping them between a hard surface and their body? Especially when that bully has been nothing but an insufferable bitch to them since day one. I only count one little mouse, and that's you. Right, you're not flustered. Whatever helps you sleep at night, little mouse. Grab your things. Grab your things, little mouse. Come on, I don't have all day. Whoa. You okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Do you want to go to the nurse? What? No, I don't care. Why would I care? I just don't want you to go and lie to a teacher and tell them I pushed you or something. Yeah, I know you've never said anything in the past, and if you value your modicum of peace, it'll stay that way. Here, stand up. The ground's filthy. How'd you even trip and fall? There was literally nothing in your way. You just lost your balance. Right, sure. Whatever, just grab your stuff. Let's go. Lead the way. To the club room, stupid. Or did your little fall drain you of your remaining brain cells? Right, of course. Well, little mouse, hopefully those remaining brain cells will effectively lead us to the club room. Don't pout at me. Not unless you want a repeat performance. Great. An hour of my life that I can never get back. No matter, it's pointless to complain. Where do you think you're going? Please. You and I both know that you have no other obligations to attend to, and certainly no boyfriend or girlfriend or partner to run off to. I think you can spare a couple of minutes. No. No complaining. You made me stand up next to you whilst you shivered and shook in front of a room of 20 people. So, now it's my turn. Well, isn't this a familiar possession? I wonder, where can I be remembering this from? Hey, no whining. You have absolutely no idea what that does to me. Nothing. Anyway, tell me, little mouse, when did you stop seeing me as just your bully? What do you mean? You never saw me as just your bully. You actually thought I was just... My god, you are unbelievably dumb. If you would stop wallowing in your own self-pity, you'd know that the only person I pick on and tease is you. There's no one else. It's just you. I don't know why myself. From the day we met all those years ago up until now, I've always teased you and made fun of you, and I genuinely don't know why. When I think about saying and doing the stuff I do to you to others, I admittedly lose any and all interest, finding it absolutely meaningless and redundant, but for some reason I can never control myself around you. You bring out a side of me that I never thought I had. And I hate you for it. I hate you for making me feel things that I never felt for anyone else. I hate you for making me be everything I despise. I would never do anything I do to you to someone else, so why is it that you, of all people, make me lose any semblance of control? And I honestly have no one else but myself to blame. You probably think I'm pathetic, don't you? That I'm saying all of this to excuse all the horrible things I've done to you. Honestly, I don't blame you at all for being scared of me, but every time you look at me with those wide, tear-filled eyes, I hate myself even more. knowing that I was the cause of that. I just admitted to you that I enjoy picking on you and hurting you. And instead of running away, you're desperately trying to hide your face. You're so weird. But don't ever hide from me. I want to see for myself how deeply I affect you. Look at me. Hey, you really are embarrassed, aren't you? I suppose I can't fault you for that either. I can't fault you for any of this. Well, that was embarrassing. But I suppose I'm glad that I got some of that off of my chest. Anyway, if I were you, I'd stay as far away from me as possible. Like I said, you make me lose any sense of control, so if you want the rest of your school experience to be a happy, peaceful one, steer clear of me. What? What is it? What was that for? Didn't I tell you to not thank me for stupid shit? Saying what I said just now is stupid, little mouse. Anyway, if you actually wanted to thank me, then I suppose an actual kiss would suffice. You really are something else, huh? What's the difference between the kiss you gave me just now and an actual kiss? Well, little mouse, that poor excuse for a kiss you gave me just now was just a peck on the cheek. I can hardly call that a kiss. An actual kiss is, well, I only doubt a naive little nerd like yourself is capable of giving one. Don't start something you can't finish, little mouse. Well, I suppose that's a slight improvement, especially since it was actually on the lips this time. Here, little mouse. Let me show you what an actual kiss is.
No way. You're kidding me, right? Are you actually being serious?
Do you honestly think I'd be joking about something like this?
But on game day of all days, you're absolutely sick, Sean.
Look, you and I both know that this was a long time coming, Florence. We're not compatible. You and I care about very different things, and you know what they say.
And what exactly is it that they say, Sean? Huh? What exactly do you think those stupid mongrels are saying behind your back? You can have every justification in the book lined out for me, but to do this on game day.
See? You care more about the stupid game than this entire situation.
I don't care about the fucking game more than this situation. Need I remind you, you're literally the captain of the football team. Would you have been happy if I did this to you on the biggest day of your life?
Not everything is centered around you, Florence.
But they are centered around that hussy from Silverkeep, aren't they? What was her name again? Oh yeah, Vivian?
Oh my fucking god. For the last time, nothing happened between her and I.
I could hardly call sucking each other's faces off at a party nothing.
You know what? Believe whatever the hell it is you want to believe. I'm gonna go get ready.
You're absolutely unbelievable!
And you're insane! Whoa, my bad.
that entire conversation? I don't know if this is some sick joke that Sean or any of his stupid friends put you up to, but I swear to God, if you tell anyone about anything you just heard, I will make your life a living hell. I don't care why you listened in on our conversation, but if you breathe a word of it to anyone, then trust me, it'll be the last time you breathe. Got it? What are you still doing here? Don't you have a game to go see? What do you mean you weren't going to the game? Everyone knows anyone is going. It's the biggest game of the season. Right, you must be one of those I'm too cool for stuff like that kind of a people, aren't you? Not that I blame you, necessarily. Every important event that happens in high school is honestly all semantics. But if you don't care about any of that kind of stuff, then that means... Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for acting the way I did. I genuinely thought that somebody had sent you to eavesdrop on Sean and my conversation. It wouldn't have been the first time that happened. Yeah, some of the people at Lake Valerie are absolutely vile. I remember this one time where Sean thought I was cheating on him, so he sent one of his friends to film me talking to the guy and then blackmailing me with it, even though I didn't do anything wrong. The end result wasn't pretty, I can assure you. Honestly, I don't really know why I didn't just break up with him right then and there. I was honestly stupid to have given him another chance. But I never thought he would break up with me like this. Sorry, you don't need to be bothered with this. You don't even know who I am. You do? Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to not at least surmise that I'm a part of the cheerleading squad when I'm wearing this. Well, it's nice to meet you too. Honestly, I'm just embarrassed for not knowing who you are. Wait, aren't you, like, Murray's partner or something? Not a partner for a project, silly. I mean, you know, a romantic partner. Oh, you two aren't dating? That's kind of surprising, considering how often Murray talks about you. Come to think of it, majority of that is just a lot of teasing you for benign things, but honestly, that's the hallmark of any relationship, don't you think? How do I know Murray? Well, I wouldn't necessarily say we're friends, since she's pretty aloof, and isn't really too involved, but we're part of the same friend group. She's pretty cool once you get to know her, but I'm sure you know that already, of course. Huh? I'm not sure how much of it you heard, but yeah, Sean and I broke up just a few minutes ago. Obviously, it wasn't a mutual thing, since I thought whatever problems we had in the past, we've already worked it out. Anyway, recently, Sean and I and a couple of our friends went to a party that was being hosted by one of Silverkeep High's most popular girls, Vivian. And we were having a good time and whatnot, and all of a sudden, I caught them making out profusely on the couch. It would have been one thing if either of them were drunk, but
I heard from the grapevine that Vivian doesn't drink since she's allergic to alcohol, and I know for a fact that Sean doesn't like to drink too much at parties, so it happened when the two of them were completely of sound mind. I took a picture of it and stormed out of the party. Sean followed closely after and told me to delete it and that he had a few too many shots. I called him on his bluff and told him that we would talk about it later. But according to him, later meant today, right before the game. He wanted me to delete the photo and I refused, and he ended up saying what he'd said and stormed off. I mean, I get it. I know taking that picture was wrong, but isn't cheating just as, if not more, wrong? It's just, every single time we have a bump in our relationship, I'm always the one who has to take the blame. I'm always the villain, no matter what the situation is. Ever since Ian and I met and started dating, I've always felt like I needed to be perfect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good enough for him. I've always felt like I don't know, and I was never good enough for him. Never pretty enough, never smart enough, never perfect enough. Every time I go the extra mile, he would always find something wrong with me and push me to be even better. Yeah, I don't know, I tried so hard to be the perfect girlfriend for him, and to catch him doing that, being completely unfaithful and then blaming it on me. I can see why Mari has her eyes on you. You're deluding yourself if you think you and Mari are just acquaintances. I mean, look at you. You're flustered at the mere mention of her name. It's cute. Truly. Please don't tell me you let her vitriol get to your head. Mari is a hard ass, but she is a softie underneath all that angst. But just don't tell her I said that. Otherwise, I'll have to get reconstructive facial surgery. But honestly, everything you said about me just now, it means a lot. Thank you. You're too kind. You know, you're the complete opposite of Sean. Well, not entirely, of course, but personality-wise, you two are polar opposites. Whilst he ridicules and judges and is a complete hypocrite, you're sincere and kind and everything a good person should be. Hey, what would you say if I asked you to make a deal with me? Well, I'm kind of in a, shall we say, vengeful mood. I want to make Sean jealous. I want to make him pay for what he did to me that night at the party, and for humiliating me just now, and for every other time he's hurt me. So, I think we should date. Or, well, pretend to date. It'll be fun, trust me. You don't even need to do anything. All you need to do is sit still and look pretty whilst I run the show, which wouldn't be too hard for you, considering the fact that you, well, are already pretty to begin with. So, what do you say? What's in it for you? Well, since I know about you and Mari's little situation, why don't we both rile some people up and cause some chaos? You help me make Sean jealous, and I'll tell you everything I know about Mari. No, you don't really have a choice in the matter, but not to worry. I'll hold up my end of the deal. Anyway, I better head to the locker rooms to get ready soon. Wait, no. I can't go in there looking like this.
I don't need a mirror to know that my mascara is smudged everywhere. What are you... Oh, thanks. Anyway, do I look okay? Yeah? Okay, good. Let's go. We're supposed to be a couple, no? So obviously we have to be seen holding hands. Come on. Here we are. Oh, thank you. Thanks for walking me here, hun. You're honestly too sweet. You're sticking around for the game, right? I know, but today is a really big day for me, you know? We're going to be doing a move we've never done before, and I'd really like you to be there to support me. Thank you. You're too kind. I'll see you after the game, yeah? Alright, see you then. And for the record, you're a much better kisser than I ever was. Mari is one lucky girl. And on that front, so am I. Bye! Hey, so sorry to have kept you waiting. Just let me go say goodbye to my friends, yeah? Well, yeah, I know I don't need your permission, but still. I'll be right back. Okay, well, the good news is Sean was totally jealous. Yeah, after that display in the locker room, all the cheerleaders on the squad were obviously talking about it, and eventually it reached the football team, and then obviously Sean. He actually walked up to me after the game and asked me who I was dating. He was absolutely furious. Yes, of course that's a good thing. That means he's not over me. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do this again, but you're obviously free to go to kiss whoever it is you want, but trust me, after how he treated me today, and how he treated me during the confrontation on the field, I'm 100% over that piece of trash. You're right. He didn't deserve me anyway. Well, still, it was really, really fun making him jealous. Maybe that'll teach him to treat his girlfriends and partners with more respect. Just because we put up with you at the moment doesn't mean we'll tolerate it forever, you know? Well, hey, thanks for sticking around during the game, even though you had other plans. Yeah, well, honestly, I'd rather be binge-watching my favorite show than dance around like a headless chicken, but it's a good look, for academic and publicity reasons. Well, just one last kiss. I wasn't kidding when I said you were a good kisser. Now I'm seriously tempted to keep you for myself. And who knows? I just might. Oh, and you know how to be flustered too. Anyway, do you want to ride home? No, seriously, I feel really bad for making you stick around for so long, especially when you didn't want to. It's no trouble at all. Oh, and on the way, I can spill everything I know on Mari. You know, I don't usually talk about other girls to someone I just kissed, but for you, I'll make an exception. Hop in.
Hey, how do you suppose they filmed that? I mean, I know green screen technology has gotten a lot better nowadays, but still, that looks so realistic. Hey, one of us has to be excited for the both of us. You're like literally a stone wall half the time. Well, I think it's better to be excited than to not care for anything at all. Sometimes I wonder how we're even twins, but I suppose not every set of twins need to be the exact same. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab some more popcorn. Want some? I swear, you're the most boring person ever. Everyone else our age would be throwing a party at their house right now, given the fact that mom and dad are gone for the weekend, and yet we're still sitting in, watching a movie. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Speaking of boring, you came home suspiciously late a couple nights ago. I mean, usually I'd be the last one home since I have volleyball practice every day after school, but you came home after me then. Yeah, it's super weird, considering it's you. No offense, I love you, you're my twin, but between the two of us, you don't really have a social life. Don't you, Heather, me? You don't. So come on, tell me what's up. Whatever. It doesn't matter if you tell me because I think I know. I am the captain of the volleyball team, silly, and we're really close to the cheerleading team. And I heard from the grapevine that you and a certain cheerleader, who also happens to be one of the most popular girls in school, were making out before the game started. Oh my god. That's it, isn't it? It totally is. You're so flustered right now. Oh, oh my god. I never thought I'd see the day where you, my nerdy, antisocial, I'd rather play video games and watch TV than go to parties sibling would finally land themselves a girlfriend. I mean, Florence is the most popular girl in school, so it is a little weird she noticed you. No offense, but... What? You two aren't dating? So the kiss didn't happen? It did. Oh, well, a kiss from the most popular girl in school is still a kiss from the most popular girl in school. Plus, she has to like you somewhat to kiss you. Wait, then is it true that you and her friend, Mari, are a thing? I heard rumors about that too. I mean, no offense, but Mari definitely makes a lot more sense. From what I've seen and heard, you two share a lot of similar interests. You're not dating either of them? Then why are you getting so... I'm only interested because I never thought relationships interested you. You were always more content on your own, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So when I heard the rumors between you and Florence and Mari, I had to know if any of it was true. In any case, even if you're not dating either of them or anyone else, I'm glad you're coming out of your shell. I was starting to get worried. Hey, you can't blame me. Between the two of us, I'm the more social one. Well, anyway, what was a kiss like? Hey! I just wanted some details. Let me in. Wow, you're so freaking stingy. Oh well, I get it. You want to keep your first kiss all to yourself. That's cool. Sleep well. Hope you have some nice dreams about those kisses in the locker room.
Took you long enough. I was starting to think no one was home. Although, the light being on in your room sort of gave it away. Anyway, are you gonna let me in, or am I gonna have to scale this wall? Your sister is downstairs, in the living room. I failed to see the issue. Alright, I guess scaling the wall it is. Well, that was fun. Haven't done that in a while. I've scaled my fair share of walls and fences. Don't worry your pretty little head about why. Your innocent, fragile little brain wouldn't be able to handle it. Oh, please. Are you seriously getting flustered right now? Not much to say when I'm pressed against you like this, I'm not even doing anything and you're already stumbling over every word. That's how I know you can't handle it. Nice room. It suits you. It's a compliment, little mouse. Take it. Or are you still hung up over that little display, God, you're pathetic. Oh, so after a couple of minutes of me being here, you finally decide to ask the most basic, obvious question, huh? Well, what do you think I'm doing here, little mouse? And why would I be mad at you? What could I possibly be mad at you for? Well, yes, of course I know what happened with Florence. She told me everything after she dropped you off. No, of course, I'm not mad. Or well, at least I'm not mad about that. Florence and I are cool, and I know you were just trying to help her like the good little mouse you are. She told me the whole story, about how Sean broke up with her in an empty classroom, how you listened in when you weren't supposed to, how you comforted her and agreed to her frankly ill-thought-out plan on the fly in exchange for information about me. Hey, no backtracking now, little mouse. What would be the point? She already told me everything, which is why I'm here. Well, if you want to know more about me, then muster up the courage and ask me yourself, little mouse. Go on. Be a ferocious kitten for me for once, and ask. How very disappointing. In here I thought I was going to get a show. Well, I shouldn't have expected much. At least, not from a little mouse like you. Seriously, out of all the questions you ask, it's going to be that one. Why am I not mad? Well, I already told you. Florence and I are cool. We're not close, but I know she'll be there for me if I ever needed her to be. And besides, I wouldn't be opposed to sharing you if it was with her. And there you go, being all flustered again. Well, since you asked me a question, let me ask you this. Why did you agree to help her? I mean, Florence does have a way of getting whatever she wants, but still, you could have walked away. Yeah, well, you and I have that in common. I know that feeling all too well. That empty pit that we call being alone. I used to think that it was fine, being all on my own, with no one else to bother me, but being alone also meant having no one to back me up, no one to confide in. I haven't talked about this for a long time, but a couple years back, I was, shall we say, hanging out with the wrong crowd. I was never a good student, nor did I have many friends, but that group accepted me, somewhat. We weren't close by any measure, but we hung out basically every day, doing stupid teenager shit that would get us into trouble, but we didn't care. Honestly, after being alone for that long, I was just content that I had somewhere I could go at the end of the day, you know? Sometimes I regret leaving all of that behind. All the adventures, the adrenaline. Why did I stop? Well, it was because of Florence, actually. When we met, I pretty much kept all to myself. One day, Florence had a fight with Sean, and Sean stormed off. She wanted to go to this party or whatever, but she didn't have anyone to go with, and she didn't want to go alone. Sean wouldn't go with her, and none of her other friends would either, so she singled me out in the hallway, walked up to me, and asked me to go. I didn't have anything better to do, so I just decided to go for it. And quite honestly, it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. I was still a bit of a pariah, since the people I was hanging out with were not the greatest. Florence, obviously, being who she is, knew that. But she didn't care. She just wanted to go and have a good time with someone. Yeah, well, that does sound like using, but she was super sweet throughout the night. Afterwards, she invited me into her group of friends, and the rest was history. I don't hang out with them too much, but they always try to include me in everything. My social battery is pretty low to keep up with popular extroverts like them, so it's pretty tough sometimes. I honestly can't thank Florence enough for what she did that day. I mean, hell, I know she just needed someone to go to the party with her, and she was just being nice, but still. It feels nice to be surrounded by people who care, by any measure, you know? What? Soft. Me? Please, I think you're describing yourself, little mouse. Really? I'm the soft one, Well, how about now? Am I still soft now? Come on, look at me when I'm talking to you, little mouse. No. There's no use in going back on what you said. You said I was soft. Yet you're the one attempting to squirm away. Is it out of embarrassment or an experience? I mean, this is probably the first time you were held by someone like this, so I wouldn't be surprised if it were the latter. Is your hair always this messy? Well, yes, I know you were just squirming around, but I meant the style of it. You like being pet like a little kitten, little mouse? Well, it doesn't surprise me. Maybe I should have Florence fix up your hair the next time we see her. I think being good at hair and makeup comes with the territory of being the most popular girl in school and the captain of the cheerleading squad. She was actually the one who did mine. Yeah, I used to have pin straight, long black hair. She took one good look at me and realized that it didn't suit me, and well, here we are. I like it. It's nice, but it was an agonizing process. Although, I'd love to watch you squirm around whilst you get all fixed up for me.
Hey, there's some leftover popcorn in the microwave if you...
Sup.
Right. I'm just gonna...
Wow, that was hilarious. Guess it wouldn't have mattered if I went through the front door now, huh? There's no use in being embarrassed. Besides, we weren't doing anything indicatively wrong. Just lying down next to each other. Relax. I forgot you had a twin sister. Well, the two of you look nothing alike, so there's that. But it's also the fact that the two of you are complete opposites. Did I say there was anything wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with being on the more quiet end of the spectrum. I mean, hell, that's where I existed for a good portion of my life. Human beings are biologically social creatures, sure, but that doesn't mean we need to be around people all the time. Sometimes, being alone is enough to get yourself situated. Everyone operates differently, so don't beat yourself up too much for it. It's common sense, stupid mouse. Nothing more. Don't let it get to your head. Yeah. Well, hey, if you ever need lessons in socializing, I'm sure your lovely sister would be happy to give you some pointers. What? Little mouse, I would be very, careful if I were you when talking about things like that. You can talk to other people and have friends, sure, but never forget who's trapped and snared you at the end of the day.
Well, what do we have here? Someone looks like they're a little off to their death. Relax. We're not here to cause trouble. We just saw you standing in this corner, all on your own. And we thought that it would be nice just to mingle, you know? After all, this is a party, and I'm sure the blank wall you're staring at isn't all that interesting. Come, sit. Well? Come on. I promise we don't bite. We just wanna talk. Oh, well, I'll be doing most of the talking. They say appearances can be deceiving, but in this case, my friends here are a little less elegant with their words. So if they do not add anything of substance into the conversation, feel free to ignore them. Go on, have a seat. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? Now then. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm Ivy, by the way. And you are? Oh? So you're the one I was been talking about. Well, congratulations for capturing the attention of literally everyone and their mothers. Oh, come on. There's no need to be so modest. We're all friends here, no? So go on. Tell us how you did it. How you captured the attention of the Ice Princess, of course. Ah, I'm talking about Florence. You know, the captain of the cheerleading squad at that pompous... at Lake Valerie Academy. Yeah, of course. Oh, you didn't know she was known as the Ice Princess? Really? Wow, then she must liked you. Normally, Florence is really cool towards everyone, especially people from Silverkeep. Yes, you seemed correctly. We do go to Silverkeep. Anyhow, don't take this the wrong way, but why are you here? Considering you've been standing in the corner of the room for half the night, you don't seem to enjoy a party all too much. So why exactly? Oh, your sister dragged you out. Yeah. Sisters can be a pain sometimes. Speaking of sisters, I heard you and one of Florence's friends, Mary, were pretty close. Wow, you really have cozied up with every popular person at Lake Valerie, huh? Tell me about that. You don't want to talk about it? Oh, how come? Did you two have a falling out or something? Excuse me? I may have said I wasn't here to cause trouble, but rest assured, if you don't tell us what we need to know, that things are gonna get a whole lot more complicated for you in the future. All we're asking for is a little info, Mary. That shouldn't be too much for you to give up now, should it? Please, as if Mary will never willingly associate with the likes of you after. How dare you?
Ivy, what an unpleasant surprise.
Isabella! I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been since your traitorous self left?
I don't think I need to remind you of the consequences of overstepping a boundary, now do I? You're no longer in Silverkeep. and the person you're speaking to is spoken for. Even if you and the rest of your party are thick in the head, I'm sure you didn't come completely unprepared.
You've certainly thrown into a goody two-shoes, haven't you? Since when did you start defending the defenseless?
Since I've developed a savior complex. Now, are you going to take yourself out, or shall I?
Now that I think about it, I actually kinda like it here. So, nope. I think I'll stay for a little while longer.
I wonder if you'll continue to hold that stance when I ask Florence to come downstairs, so she could deal with you herself. Last time she had to take out the trash. Things didn't end well for you between you and that half-wit boss of yours, did it?
Wait, this is Florence's place?
Oh, I see you haven't forgotten. Oh, perfect. The next time you decide to cause any trouble on this side of the lake, remember what happened to you and your pathetic guard dogs the last time you decided to piss off the queen of Lake Valerie.
Let's go.
Come with me. What a waste of time. No need to apologize. I haven't had the opportunity to pull out the scary voice in a while, so no matter how annoying that was to deal with, it was still quite fun. Anyhow, are you alright? Did Ivy hurt you or touch you in any way? Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure both Florence and Mari would have lost their shit if they were the ones who witnessed what transpired, so let's be grateful that that wasn't the case. What? Oh wow, I am a little hurt that the two of them never mentioned me. I'm Isabella, but friends can call me Bella. I'm Florence and Mari's close friend. I would ask you who you are, but it's difficult to not discern you from a crowd when your two closest friends have been fighting over you like a tot over a toy. I thought you would have gathered that by now. You are in very high demand between those two. But now that I've gotten a good look at you, I can most definitely see why. Come, sit down next to me. From what I gathered, you got pretty close to the girls pretty quickly, which is rather surprising. Both Florence and Mari are pretty guarded when it comes to forming new bonds, and they've both taken to you quite quickly. Don't let her fool you. Mari may use harsh words and cold gestures, but I can assure you, she doesn't mean any of it in the slightest. She's, shall we say, inexperienced when it comes to feelings of attraction, albeit the type. Florence, on the other hand, well, she makes her stance rather well known. You may not have intended for the two of them to fight over you, but they are. I'm sure they'll be able to sort that out soon. So, what exactly are you doing here? Mari told me that you don't do well in crowds. Oh, really? I didn't know you and Heather were twins, though I'm sure you get that a lot. I see. Well, if you want, I can go find Heather in a bit and see if she'd be willing to take you home. Otherwise, I'm sure Florence wouldn't mind you borrowing one of her drivers. Actually, she probably is already knees deep in attention right now to even notice. Yeah, slightly intimidating when you think about it that way, but nonetheless, it is rather convenient, don't you think? I'm sensing you have some questions. That was Ivy and her gang of brainless guard dogs. They're part of a gang that works out of Silverkeep County. They usually don't cause too much trouble, but ever since the new leader took over, a lot of people who joined the gang looking for camaraderie left, and now they think they run the town. That's how Mari and I originally met. Mari and I used to be a part of that whole thing, but she left a little after meeting Florence. Her friend, Lynn, was it? Leaving also played a role in her decision. I left soon after Mari did, because she was the only reason why I was still there. Mari and I weren't super close then, but I looked up to her a lot. She helped me through a lot of things going on at home. I owe her a lot on that regard, and since she left, I saw no other reason to stay. If I'm right, and I usually am, I think Ivy was sent by her boss to try and convince Mari to come back into the gang. They know she's a bit of an outcast in Lake Valerie, and they're losing members every day, so they're trying everything they can to get more people in, but they haven't the first idea of who she is. They know absolutely nothing about her. About us. Both Mari and I were pariahs when we first got to Lake Valerie due to our affiliations, but Florence was the one who got everyone to change their minds. She gave Mari a chance after she, on a whim, asked her to go to this party or whatever, and after she saw that Mari was pretty cool, she took her word and started talking to me as well. Fast forward to now, we're all pretty close. Mari still tends to drift off every now and then, but she's used to being alone and needs her space. We all respect that about her, if I'm to be honest. You would think Mari and Florence wouldn't be good friends, considering their differences, but they do have something in common. They both like you. You are attractive, don't get me wrong, but I can't for the life of me figure out why they're pining for you like a bunch of headless hens running amok. No, still don't get it. Oh my. Getting rather flustered over a kiss there, aren't we? Why did I do that? I was just testing out a theory. Both girls claimed you were a marvelous kisser. Mari obviously in more convoluted terms, but you're so stiff. Perhaps it's because you were caught off guard. Alright. This time, try and reciprocate, alright? Alright. I changed my mind. You are a very good kisser. I like the way your lips feel against mine. And just from the kiss, I can tell you're not a selfish lover. You're very giving and attentive, no? Maybe that's why Florence finds you so attractive. But still, if the only thing you've got going for yourself is that you're a good kisser, then I still don't see what the big deal is. Why do I want to know what they see in you so badly? Well, both of my closest friends like you so much that they somehow work you into every conversation. Perhaps I want to join in on the fun. As much as I'd love to stay and make out with you some more, I fear I might have a little too much fun and get you a little too overexcited. And as much as I'd love to torment you and see that lovely flustered expression of yours, we wouldn't want Mari or Florence to get too jealous, now would we? So, for now, let this be our little secret, yeah? Good. Oh, hey, you're here. And I see you brought what I asked you to. Come in, come in. Are you alright? Oh, right. I forgot this is the first time you've actually been in my place when it's not filled with a bunch of screaming students trying to have a good time. Yeah, I suppose it does look a little bit different during the day. Anyway, sorry about not answering the door right away. Usually I'm down here, but since everyone else has gone with my parents on their weekend getaway, I've been taking care of everything else in the house. Anyway, my room is just this way. Sorry that I missed you at the party last week. I heard about what happened from Bella. Are you alright? Good, glad to hear it. If anyone from across the lake tries to bother you again, let me know. Those lowlifes from Silverkeep Counting are known for causing trouble, but up until this point, they've never once showed up to my home before. I'm afraid you're going to have to ask Mari for more details on that one. My reputation precedes me, on the grounds of knowing everyone's business. I know a lot, sure, but definitely not the more intimate details. And here we are. Thanks, I'm glad you like it too. My parents were a little hesitant when I asked for a canopy bed, for fear that it may look a little childish, but they came around, eventually, after I threatened to steal my dad's mini furniture collection. Yeah, I suppose being a part of the most influential family in Lake Valerie has its perks. Including the frilly princess curtain canopy bed, yes. Well, my family has businesses all across the country. We used to live in Seattle, then LA, then New York, but eventually we came back to Lake Valerie to be closer to our family and friends. It's not efficient, to be sure, but I think being surrounded by the people you love is a lot more important than anything else. Don't you agree? Aw, you're so sweet. Whilst I appreciate the compliment, I could say the same about you. I was able to look past Mari and Bella's past, but you were able to look past Mari's angst, Bella's eccentricity, and my pettiness. To be honest, I don't really care about where someone comes from, only where they're going. And if where they're going also coincides with where I'm going. Speaking of where I'm going, and my pettiness, that brings me to why I asked you here today. And why I asked you to bring over what you did, yes. Well, a couple days ago, Mari and I were having a little chat. And she told me you wanted a makeover? Yeah, I thought so. Mari's always been one to pin things like that on other people, even though it's what she wants. Anyhow, she probably wanted to watch you get all cute and dolled up, but unfortunately, she's just going to have to miss out this time. Mari's actually helping me with something right now, which brings me to the next order of business. My uncle is hosting this event, a gala, if you will, in Silverkeep tonight, and I was wondering if you would be so kind as to do me the favor of being my date? Please. I've gone with Sean for as long as I can remember, but since Sean and I are now, well, you know, I don't have anyone else to go with. The rest of my friend group are either busy or going with their own dates. Mari would never step foot anywhere near the venue, even if you paid her, and Bella is busy tonight. What? No. You're definitely not my last choice. You're actually you were actually the first person I wanted to ask. It just so happens that all my other friends I could have asked were indisposed, so it worked out. But anyhow, that's not important. I feel comfortable around you, which is why I want to go with you. I never had any fun at these things when Sean and I went together. Sean also comes from a pretty influential family, and all he cared about when we attended events like this was showing me off, resorting me to nothing but arm candy. This event is really important to me and my family. It's actually a charity gala, and it's one of the few times a year where we actually get to make a difference in the world. I want to actually have fun this time around, and I know I'll be able to do that if I had you by my side. I know how that sounds, but I promise it's going to be anything but dull. Besides, you can think of it as our first date. I mean, no offense, but how often can you say that one of your first dates with someone was at a fancy dress ball? I mean, I would like for this to be a date. Alright then, it's a date. You're seriously so cute when you get flustered. So, are you in? Thank you, you're the best. Now then. I'm sure Mari has told you that I'm rather handy with a pair of scissors and some hair dye. Unfortunately for her, she's just going to have to miss the show. Oh, don't worry. I won't do anything you don't want me to, but I do want to trim a bit of your hair. You have really nice hair, and it looks like you take care of it pretty well, but you do have some split ends. Would you mind if I trimmed it away for you? Just so your hair can grow back a lot nicer. I'm just going to trim it a little. We can save the bleach and hair dye for another day. Okay, great. Let me go grab a towel. Okay, let me just wrap this around you. Perfect. Now, hold still for me, alright? I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you, or worse, cut off more than necessary. You may think my priorities are a little misaligned, but think about it. Would you really want to show up at your first gala with a bad haircut? No, I didn't think so. You normally listen so well, so be good for me and do as I say. Would you like me to fix up your bangs? Yeah, we can curl it a bit. Here, let me get this off of you. How long has it been since you've been pampered? Never? Well, you're holding very still and being very patient for someone who's never experienced this before, but I would think you and your sister would give each other makeovers sometimes. Ah, I see, that's fair. Well, maybe you could bring her over sometime and I can doll her up. I've been told I'm good at that kind of stuff, hence why Mari even let me near her hair. I like making people feel their best. I don't know why, but I suppose it's because there's this glint in their eyes whenever I finish their hair or makeup. It just fills me with a sense of satisfaction whenever I see someone fully love and appreciate how they look. I suppose you can think of it like that, but having confidence in yourself isn't necessarily a bad thing. Hair dye and makeup can only go so far if one doesn't have confidence in oneself. Anyhow, I think that should do it for your hair. Do you like it? Really? Well, if you ever need a dye job, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll be sure to invite the rest of the girls next time, so it won't just be the two of us droning on about morose topics of conversation. You know, Bella is super good with hair too. She actually dyed her own whilst I did Mari's. Fine, but you know who to come to if you're ever interested. Anyhow, now that we're done with the hair, I think it's time for you to go get dressed. The bathroom is just that way. Feel free to use anything in there if you need to make yourself look or feel more presentable. I'm gonna go pick out what I'm gonna wear. On that note, would you like to help me pick out my outfit? I, admittedly have a lot of clothes, and I've always wanted to do the whole partner picks out your outfit thing. I don't know why, but I think it's very cute. No, I never let Sean pick out any of the things I wore. If I had, he would probably have me wearing outfits comparable to the ones drunk celebrities wear in paparazzi photos. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I would rather not show up to school looking like I've been partying all night. So, what do you think? Great. Come to think of it, I'd like to dress you up in some of my clothes. Yeah, I think it could be a lot of fun. You would look absolutely adorable all dolled up for me. You absolutely would. Alright, enough talk. Let's get to the fun stuff. Could you move it a little to the left? Up, just a little more. Perfect. You're Heather's twin, aren't you? She told me you'd be helping today since she has volleyball practice. It's very nice to meet you. Maybe you'd have a better time introducing yourself if you got off that ladder. Here, let me hold it for you. My, or has Heather been hiding you all this time? She talks about you quite often, but this is the first time I've seen you in person. My apologies if I'm making it sound like I'm seeing a mythical animal, but you are quite elusive, you know. Especially since nearly the entirety of the academy knows about your little arrangement with the most popular girls in school. Hey, no judgment here, honey. I love seeing non-conformative relationship dynamics. It makes things all the more interesting. Besides, these stuffy brats need a change of pace from the stereotypical monogamous relationship, don't you think? Aw, why the flustered expression? What do you mean you're not dating them? None of the parties involved made it official. My. Looks like someone needs to play catch-up. Here's a tip for you, honey. Just because you all haven't made it official doesn't mean that your arrangement doesn't exist. Please, you've been caught kissing Florence and Bella on multiple occasions, and Mari can't keep her eyes off of you. It's not difficult to deduce that you all have a thing for one another. How do I know that? My apologies, honey. I'm, shall we say, a lady with a strong personality. I don't like beating around the bush when it comes to certain subjects, but seeing as I know everything about you and your activities in this school, I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Aria, the current student council president and a friend of your sister's. I'm sure your sister has already given you the rundown of what we need to get done today, correct? Perfect. Then you don't need to waste any more time explaining. We can just skip to the fun part. Follow me. Also, I sincerely apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I'm a bit of a gossip, which is probably one of my only vices, and any new bit of scandal or information is ever so entertaining for me. Don't worry, nothing you may or may not share with me will get out to the general school population. I merely seek out information for my own entertainment. Oh yes, I know practically everything about everyone in this school, and trust me, none of them are as fascinating as you. I suppose that's why a lot of students deem me as the perfect student council president, albeit out of fear or blackmail, or because they find someone who knows their stuff an easier pill to swallow. At the end of the day, I get to be in that position. Well, when you put it like that, then that just makes me sound like a moralist extortionist. Isn't that what I am? Oh, honey, I'm offended. I may have information on nearly every single student and staff member here, but I promise, if, on the off chance any of that information is shared, it's in good faith. But most of the time it's just for my own amusement. That look on your face tells me you're both confused and intrigued as to why your sister is friends with me, and what exactly I do know. Well, honey, tell me, what exactly is it that you want to know? Oh, please. I've seen that look many times before, and that curious glint in your eyes ever so adorable. I can see why those girls are ever so enamored by you. So please, do indulge me. Not just a pretty face here, are we? Yes, I suppose I would like something in return, but I'm afraid you can't give it to me in the present. How about we shelve compensation for now, and once you figure out how to repay me, we'll revisit this later. For now, let's get this gym set up. The debate is a few short days away, and we still have so much left to do. So, tell me, how did your arrangement start? Well, if I am to guess correctly, Mari was the first one who took interest in you, then Florence, then Bella, correct? Mari has always been a pariah, ever since coming to Lake Valerie. She's an interesting girl, that's for sure, especially with the way that she expresses herself. And through all of that, she made her way to you. It's rather endearing, if you think about it. Then there was that entire debacle with Florence and her ex-boyfriend, where you came in and saved the day. Then you had your chance to be saved by someone when Bella came to your rescue from her and Mari's old compatriots. Yes, I suppose I do have it down to an exact science, don't I? Well, tell me, are you looking to expand this love nest of yours? I'm merely asking out of curiosity, honey. I'm not one to get too invested in someone else's personal relationships, as the vast majority of them are rather boring. Sure, there's cheating and lying involved in a few of them, but what I want to know is, what exactly makes you so different? Yes, you are correct on that front. I should know these things, but apart from your dalliances, I don't know much about you. As I said, you are incredibly elusive. Is there a reason for that? I see. Well, share, don't share. Doesn't matter to me. I'll find out eventually. Why don't I find out? Are you proposing a proposition, honey? I didn't think you had it in you. Well, I'm glad you find me interesting enough, but let's be honest. You're probably only putting yourself out there just so you can obtain the information you need. I respect that, honey. Really, I do, but it's going to take a lot more than flirting to get what you want. Oh? Really? You're not just saying that. You actually find me interesting. Well, for someone who's normally so quiet, you sure know how to sweet-talk a girl. Though, I'm more than happy to help you practice the art of wooing a potential suitor, even if that potential suitor isn't me. Really? What makes me so sure that it isn't me? Your lady friends may not be opposed to sharing you amongst their circle, but I dread to think what may happen to you, or me, when they find out that your eyes are deviating to another person. Now, let's be honest. You wouldn't do anything that could potentially hurt them, would you? Even if your arrangement isn't official by your standards. From the few short minutes we spent talking to one another, I can already tell that you are a good person. Hell, you dropped your afternoon plans to step in for your sister, to help a complete stranger out with something that doesn't even interest you. You'd even sweet-talk said stranger to find out something that could benefit your friends. Please, given everything I've told you, I would think you would give me more credit than what you've afforded me. I've known from the start that what you want to know is about Mari. I mean, who do you think Florence comes to when she needs to know something? Like I said, if any of the information I know is shared, it's in good faith. Trust me, Annie, I'm not that much of a heartless monster, though being thought of as one is ever so fun. Well, I suppose it's because I like to cause trouble. It's so much more fun than being an upstanding citizen all the time. Wouldn't you agree? What was that for? Think of it as my way of thanking you for your help today, honey. Not only did you help me finish setting up, you provided incredible entertainment. And as much as I would love to continue our little flirtations, I have to catch up with my vice president and go over the debate talking points. However, if you ever want to cause a little bit of chaos or actually pursue something a little more than a flirtation with me, I'm sure your sister can give you my number. Well, like I said, honey, what's life without a little risk? What are you doing up at this time of night? And don't you know that the wilderness is unkind to scrappy little mice like yourself? No, you didn't wake me up. Honestly, it was a little dubious of your sister to set us up in the same tent. But, given the display she'd seen in the past, I suppose it's safe to say that she's, in her own way, okay with us doing whatever it is that we're doing. Good. Quite honestly, from briefly knowing her, she's probably just relieved that you're not entirely hopeless when it comes to social interactions of any caliber. Move over. So, is this camping trip something you two do as tradition? I don't know. A lot of families have traditions or something of the sort. Oh, it's just a one-time thing. Let me guess. It was probably your sister's idea, no? I mean, most of the people who are on this trip are her friends. I think I might be the only exception. Don't tie yourself into a pretzel just to spare my feelings, little mouse. It's fine. From what my other friends have told you, I'm sure you've gathered that I take no issue with being the pariah. Plus, everyone's been nice this far, so hey, no complaints there. What are you making? What's this? Hot chocolate? Where did you... You snuck hot chocolate powder out of the house with you, even after your sister expressly told you not to. Well, you are just full of surprises, aren't you? First, it's becoming the center of attention at Lake Valerie, and now, sneaking hot chocolate powder into the middle of the woods. Well, yes, that is true. Nothing wrong with a few modern conveniences, even if we are in the great outdoors. So, I heard you attempted to ask Arya about me. You don't need to explain. I know she's your sister's friend. She and Florence are pretty okay friends, too. Look, little mouse, I don't know where this sudden interest in me came from, but don't. Everything I told you is all I want you to know. It's not just that I don't trust you. I also just don't want to go down for murder when I break your little brain with the stories of my past. They're mostly horror stories to begin with, and although horror stories are most apt to tell around a campfire, these aren't stories that you need to know. Good. I'm glad you're not particularly fond of the genre, because neither am I. Promise me you won't ask any more. Arya's... She, to put it nicely, is Icarus. Except unlike Icarus, she'll probably call in a favor and get a yacht to rescue her from the deepest depths of the ocean. Look, I know antiquated norms aren't something we like to follow, but for the sake of your own self-preservation, give Arya a wide berth. Sure, casual flirting and fleeting kisses are fine, but don't let her get what's most important. Your head, little mouse. Arya has no use for hearts, unless they help her further her own agenda. Your head is what she's interested in. For some godforsaken reason, our little courtship pushed you into the limelight at Lake Valerie. To some people, including Arya, you are an enigma enshrouded in a mystery. If you want some semblance of peace until graduation, you do well to keep it that way. Well, obviously, there isn't anything legitimately interesting about you, other than you're too nice for your own good. So much so that you don't mind showing up to fancy galas and sports events with the most popular girl in school, just despite her ex-boyfriend. Yeah, I heard about that. Florence couldn't help it and took a picture of you in your outfit and sent it to me. You looked good. Although, I would have preferred seeing you in my clothes. Florence is Lovely. But her sense of fashion doesn't suit you in the slightest. And judging by that flustered look on your face, I'm assuming you agree with both of my statements. I'll be sure to leave a hoodie behind the next time I decide to climb through your window. I may not be above scaring you into submission, but I'm not one to let someone freeze to death. Speaking of which, you're not wearing an awful lot right now. Well, yes, I know it's summer, but it's still the middle of the night and chilly. You're going to catch a cold. Here. Well, yeah, it's still warm. Did you not see me wrap it around myself up until now? Honestly, I think the chill has gotten to your head. God, you are utterly hopeless. You're a grown person and you can barely take care of yourself. Honestly, how does your sister even put up with you? Come here. Come here, little mouse. I'm not going to bite you, even if you ask nicely. Bites are reserved for good little mice who know how to take care of themselves, not hopeless ones who can barely adjust a blanket on them. No, I'm not cold. I've spent many nights wandering around the woods before. To me, this is child's play. Oh, for the love of... Fine. Get over here. There. Now we're both protected from the chill. Happy now, little mouse? Good. I'm glad to hear it. Don't get used to it. You may have gotten your way tonight, but I can assure you that's not going to be a common occurrence. You don't get a view of the stars like this back in the city. Lake Valerie may not be a big city, but it's enough for the light pollution to wipe out all the stars. No, I'm not into anything like that. I just like looking at them. They remind me of a simpler time, when the only thing that mattered was to not stray too far into the woods so that you can get home before dinner time. I grew up in these woods. These woods were my playground. They were my sanctuary. Until they weren't. Regardless, that doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the little things that make me reminisce on a simpler time now. I'm sure you have your own form of solace, little mouse. Everyone does. Sure, you may be a shut-in, but you probably have something that elicits some form of joy, no? I know when I'm giving you too much credit, but I'm also not so arrogant that I don't recognize that even you can enjoy the simple pleasures in life. I honestly never told anyone about where I grew up. No, it was never relevant in any conversation. Besides, where you come from doesn't really matter in the long run. It's where you go that does. Of course, that's not to say that remembering roots isn't a good idea, but for me, other than the few blips in time where I could stop and enjoy the stars that twinkled above me, my roots served as a reminder, I suppose, as to why I need to fight harder than everyone else to get somewhere. I suppose I never stopped fighting, even though it's relatively safe for me to do so. I would thank you for your concern, but you're always so caring and kind to the people around you that You forget to be kind to yourself sometimes, no? Kindness in and of itself isn't a bad thing until it's used against you. Just like most things aren't bad in and of themselves until it starts affecting people. Of course, it is rich coming from me, but it is what it is. You may see me as a token bully, little mouse, but trust me. Like you, I pride myself in being an enigma shrouded in mystery. I'm not nearly as discernible as you might think. Got any marshmallows stuffed away in that modern convenience sack of yours? Perfect. This is nice. What are you doing? You know the ground is filthy, right? I hope you brought an extra shirt or two if this is going to be a regular thing on this trip. What? Fine. You're washing my stuff when we get back. What time is it? Jesus, it's that late already. We really should get back and get some rest. I'm pretty sure your sister wanted to go on a hike or something tomorrow, and I'm really not in the mood to catch you if you accidentally trip over nothing because you're too sleep deprived to walk straight. No. Oh? Aren't you afraid that someone may catch us sneaking about? No, we weren't sneaking around just a few minutes ago, but if anyone saw us now, they'd get the wrong impression, wouldn't they? I mean, sure, it's definitely normal to see me straddling your waist, getting increasingly more and more comfortable on top of you, but I didn't take you to be such an exhibitionist. I mean, I don't mind putting on a show, but... Aw, how precious. The little mouse is starting to get all cute and flustered for me again. Yeah? You want to go back inside the tent? Good. I'm glad to hear it. Although... I think I changed my mind. I think I want to stay out here as well. Just for a little while longer.
Thanks for coming with me on such short notice. Ambushing you the moment you returned from your woodland sabbatical must have been surprising. Good. I'm glad you caught on so quickly. Yes, I suppose there is a certain level of flexibility one must possess when keeping me company. The look on Shotgun Mari's face was priceless, but behind the facade, the knowing eyes was enough for me to surmise that she was expecting me to drag you out to one of my many escapades. After all, it is summer, and that means unadulterated fun. Come along. So, tell me, what have you got planned for the rest of summer? I see. Well, that won't be the case for long. When word of your plans for perpetual purgatory over summer vacation reached Florence's ears, she immediately put her plans into motion. So, don't be surprised if she, like me, ambushes you sometime soon. Yes. Florence has a tendency to come off strongly when getting what she wants. I'm the last person who can comment on this.
considering the circumstances surrounding us getting here, but nevertheless, that doesn't mean I don't need to warn you of her looming machinations. Yes, that is true. Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but who better to know the others who reside in the aforementioned glass houses than the ones who live in them? You're probably wondering why I asked you here. Yes, well, partly because of that reason, because I wanted to spend a little more time with you, and partly to get to know you a little better. Out of all the lovely people you've interacted with recently, I feel as if I'm getting the short end of the stick in regards to knowing you. Mari has known you ever since she took an interest in you and went about it in a backward sense. Florence has every and all types of resources at her disposal to get what she wants. And if my sources are reliable, I hear you've caught the attention of our fickle student council president. I see. I'm sure Mari has already given you a word of warning on that woman, so I'll spare you the semantics. I don't think it's odd for me to get to know the person that all of my friends, sans aria, are enamored with. No, is it? Besides, I can't very well join in on the fun if I'm left in the dust. Drink? No, it's just soda. Don't worry. Both Florence and especially Mari made me promise not to do anything to you that may or may not impair your judgment. They know my habits and antics all too well, but to be honest, life is short. Why not have a bit of fun before we inevitably are returned back to the earth? So, cute thing, tell me about yourself. What possessed you to traverse into the jaws of Lake Valerie Academy? Yes, well, sometimes the circumstances surrounding our situations don't match up to our desires. It's just a fact of life. There's no reason to drone on about how unfair it is. I am of the firm belief that unless you have the strength and mental fortitude to change your circumstances, you may as well be nihilistic about it. Why waste time and energy complaining and feeling sorry when you can be logical and hold the notion that it doesn't actually matter in the end? Everything you say, do, and react to will all mean nothing once it's all over. Yes, many people have commented on it. I suppose you can look at it from that standpoint, but I'm under the impression that it's sort of liberating when taken in from a different perspective. Well, when you look at life through rose-colored glasses, you expect to see the same thing all the time. If you hold on to the notion that none of it really matters, depending on who you are, you may be more inclined to try more things, letting go of one's own reservations in the pursuit of something to fill the gap. After all, what's the worst that can happen? Although, everything in moderation is a must. Just because nothing matters in the end doesn't mean you have to be reckless. Well, I'm glad you're intrigued, but really, and it's embarrassing to admit this, I'm completely and entirely intrigued by you. You've been on my mind since the night we first met. Oh yes, I think about you all the time. The way you seem to captivate everyone you come across. You've become a shining star at Lake Valerie, you know? Look over there. See that girl? Her name is Penny. She's been asking Florence about you ever since you became the center of attention. And that guy over there? Marcus. He's been trying to sneak letters into your locker, but Mari, being the protective guard dog that she is, swipes off any attempt to do so. I'm sure you've surmised by now that Florence and Mari aren't particularly fond of sharing. No, not in the slightest. The two of them, for each other, is the exception, and they tolerate my antics with you as they believe that my interest in you is purely out of curiosity. But I think we don't particularly need to let them know that it's a little bit more than that. I'm not entirely sure what it is just yet, which surprises me. I'm usually the most rational between the three of us, but for some reason, when it comes to you, my mind draws a blank and races. All at once. What black magic spell have you casted over us, cute thing? I'd very much like to hear your secrets. No, I didn't think you had any secrets up your sleeves. You're much too innocent and genuine for that. I think that may be why we all like you so much. But alas, I think our flirtation should end there. It's getting late, and I wouldn't want to spoil your entire night with interrogations and ephemeral effervescence. Go on, enjoy the party. I suppose that's one detail the others haven't been keen to share. You catch on quick, don't you? Well, to be honest, yes. Although my attraction to you is quite plain, I'm a bit of a slow burner. I don't like rushing into things as much as my compatriots do. Besides, a little bit of mystery leaves the imagination stirring, wouldn't you say? Yes, well, perhaps, if everything goes well, we can have a bit of a repeat performance from our first night. But for now, enjoy yourself before I forget my reservations and regret my decision.
Good morning, sleepyhead. No, it's only been an hour since we left your place. I'm shocked you came along, though, if I'm to be honest. I mean, if I were anyone else, I'm pretty sure you would have called the police, considering I snuck into your room through your window. You've grown used to our antics? What do you mean by our? Oh, yes, I'm sure Bella has warned you about the lengths I'll go to get what I want. Well, I'm glad she gave you a heads up. I suppose that may be the reason why you didn't automatically call the police upon seeing me staring down at you whilst you slept. Well, you do have a very cute expression when you sleep, so forgive me for indulging myself. Where are we going? You're only thinking of asking me now? You must really trust me then. I'm honored. Well, you are correct on that front. I suppose the two of us are familiar enough to understand that we wouldn't do anything to purposely hurt one another. I was hoping that you'd stay asleep until we got there, but since you're up, I'll tell you. I heard that you went camping with Mari and partying with Bella recently, correct? Well, considering you've already spent a good portion of your summer indulging them, it's only fair that you spend some time indulging me. I can't get over that goofy smile Mari has been wearing around for the last few weeks, and the copious amount of teasing Bella has been doing. I swear, it's like the two of them are dangling you above my head and showing off the fact that you gave them your time and not me. But that's about to change. The two of us are going away for the weekend. To my family's lake house, just beyond the lakefront of Lake Valerie. I promise it'll be a lot of fun. It'll probably just be the two of us for the most part, and we'll have free reign of the place. Well, I'm glad you think that sounds fun, because you don't really have a choice. I mean, you kind of just got in the car, no questions asked, and went along with it, so I doubt you have any clue where we really are right now. Now that I say that out loud, it sounds like I kidnapped you and am planning on doing away with you in the middle of the woods. I promise that definitely is not and will never be on the to-do list. I may be vindictive when people cross me, sure, but murder is definitely not on the bucket list. Good. I'm glad we agree there. No murder. Who's driving? Oh, just one of the family chauffeurs. My mother and father would sooner give up their entire fortune than let me drive in the middle of the night. I swear my driving skills aren't as horrible as they make it out to be. Sure, I may have crashed into the neighbor's garden before, but in my defense, that fence came out of nowhere. Yeah, no, I didn't think that would help my point. Anyway, we still have at least 30 minutes before we get to the lake house. If you want, you can go back to sleep and I'll wake you up when we get there. Good morning. You're rather early, considering how late I dragged you out of your house last night. Don't worry, I wasn't going to break into your room to wake you up this morning. I'm not that much of a monster. Anyway, if you're thinking about letting your family know where you were just in case they got worried, don't bother with it. I already let them know. They were weirdly thrilled that people are dragging you out of the house more, so I suppose that this little trip is the green light for me to plan more to spring on you. Come on, you must be starving. I already made breakfast. Ta-da! What do you think? It's a lot of food? Well, I got a little excited and didn't know what you liked, so I made a little of everything. Feel free to eat whatever, and don't worry yourself about the leftovers. I'm sure we'll work through them through the weekend. So, what do you want to do first? Well, considering how nice the weather is today, we can take a boat out on the lake if we wanted, but my sailing skills aren't that great, unfortunately. We do have a pool in the backyard, and there is a quaint little hamlet just 20 minutes up north we can go to, if you're feeling a little people watching. Yeah, my family and I used to come here every summer when I was younger. This place is my safe haven. Now I come up here a lot whenever I need to get away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life, or if I'm upset and I need to clear my head. You're getting more perceptive, aren't you? I swear, Mari needs to start being more of an open book. Otherwise, she'll continue to inadvertently teach you how to read people. Yeah, I didn't just bring you here because I was jealous of all the time you're spending with the others. And true, I brought you here because I missed you, but... And I feel really bad for saying this, but the main reason, the real reason why I brought you here is because I miss Sean. Yeah, my ex. I know, that's absolutely horrible to say, especially since I snuck into your room in the middle of the night and gave you a near heart attack, but I've been meaning to come up here for the last few weeks to clear my head, but every time I thought deeper and deeper about it, all I can really think about was him. I said this place was my safe haven, but truthfully, this place reminds me too much of him. We met here. My family decided to throw a small little get-together a few years ago, but before that, I never believed in love at first sight, but when I first saw him, I just knew that he was going to change my life. I just didn't know that it would be for the worst. Have you ever met anyone who set your world on fire? Who, every time you look at them, your heart beats faster and faster no matter how long you've been together? I felt that way with Sean. From the moment we met, and the more we were with each other, the more I felt it. Even after all that time we spent with each other, I never lost those butterflies. Those pounding reminders in my heart that he was it. Even when he hurt me, I felt it. In fact, I felt it more when he did. And for some reason, I liked it. I liked the fact that he kept me on my toes and made me enraptured with frivolities. Every time he did something to hurt me, I wanted him more. I wanted him to notice me and to care about me and love me, and even as he turned his attention to every other woman in the room. And ever since we ended it, ever since you came barreling into my life and showed me just how bad things got, I still crave it. All that excitement and uncertainty and passion. I don't know. Usually I'm pretty good at being logical, but when romance comes into the equation, I sometimes lose my sense of right and wrong. It's just, he was the first person I knew I loved and cared for. He was the first person who made me feel so much in such a short amount of time. Life was a roller coaster when he was in it, and I suppose a part of me misses that.
Hmm? What do you mean? It's not supposed to feel that way. Well, how would you know? From what I heard, you've never really been invested in relationships before Maury came into your life. Don't try and explain it away. It's true. Love isn't supposed to hurt. I've never thought about it like that. I mean, yes, I suppose that is true. Love isn't supposed to make you question everything about yourself, if it's in a negative context. Even more so if it's in negative association with your partner. And butterflies were just anxiety. I suppose you might be right. Love isn't supposed to hurt. It's supposed to uplift you and make you into a better version of yourself. And I suppose your partner isn't supposed to make you feel so insignificant that you just expect them to hurt you. And I suppose my irrational behavior patterns, like asking you to fake date me just to make him jealous and dragging you to a gala because I didn't want to appear hurt and alone, and sneaking into your bedroom in the middle of the night and dragging you on an impromptu getaway was all just me trying to avoid the facts, huh? He never loved me. He never cared about me. I knew he was just using me as arm candy because of our social standings. I even forced myself to repeat that mantra over and over again, but deep down, in some dark, ugly, self-deprecating crevice that exists deep within my soul, I suppose I got used to settling for less than I deserve. I got used to expecting the people around me to disappoint me and let me down, so when it inevitably happened, I wasn't shocked. I was hurt, of course, but not shocked. In any case, I think I need to find a new safe haven. This place just has too many memories. While that might be fun, I don't think my family would appreciate their lake house being burned to a crisp. Although, I suppose it would be poetic. A fiery, passionate beginning. And an equally blazing end. Love isn't supposed to hurt. Right. Love isn't supposed to hurt. Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just reevaluating my entire life right now. To me. Why did I trust him so much? Seriously. Thank you. I really needed that. I guess in my erratic state, my brain knew that I needed you to guide me through the storm of emotions. You were the first person to show up when my breakup happened. The first person to show me what true selflessness looked like. You immediately helped me, acquiesced all of my nonsensical demands without hesitation, reservations, or pretenses. It's nice to know that there is someone in my life that truly, truly cares. Thank you. I didn't know I was still... Anyway, sorry to spoil your morning with talks of exes and whatnot. Yeah, definitely not a topic of conversation I usually spring on my kidnapped friends. Yes, that's what we are. Friends. Unless you're looking for something more. I think this is the first time you've gotten this shy around me. But yes, I suppose we are a little more than friends at this point. Wouldn't you agree? Come on, I'll show you to the pool. You can even help me pick out the swimsuit I should wear.
This is really good. Did you make it yourself? Wow, that's amazing. Bet it took a long time, huh? By the way, in all the time we've been friends, I don't think you ever baked me anything. What's the special occasion? Nothing. Yeah, like I'm gonna buy that. Come on, what's wrong? You know you can tell me anything. Nothing's wrong? You don't honestly expect me to believe that, do you? Listen, I love you and everything, considering you're my best friend and all, but we haven't been hanging out much recently. Ever since the entire school population found out that you and Florence were dating... Fine. Involved with one another. You've been a literal ghost. Don't worry about it. I didn't take it personally. Florence has a way of trapping people under her spell. Oh yeah, I definitely fell victim to it once before, so I totally get it. Oh? Things between you and her aren't going so well. Can I ask why? Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I never had to deal with that before, but that honestly sounds really rough. Have you spoken to her about it? Ah, I see. Hence the baking. Well, I hope the two of you work it out soon. I mean, it's one thing to ask for support after a breakup. It's another thing to cross boundaries and use someone as a means to your own end. Wasn't that how your relationship with her got started? You're too nice for your own good. Okay, fine. I'll give you that. But seriously, Florence may be a pretty face. A really pretty one at that. But no matter how pretty or popular or kind she is to you on most days, she's not worth jeopardizing yourself over. No one is. Of course. I'm here for you whenever you need me to be.
Hey, you. I haven't seen you around in a bit. How have you been? Oh, I'm sorry you're hanging out with your friend. Taylor, right? we have macro together?
Uh, yeah.
Cool. Would you mind if I borrowed your friend for a bit? There's something I need to talk to them about.
Sure. Good luck.
Your friend seems nice. You should introduce me to them sometime. Oh, well, it's just that, basically all of my friends, so it's only fair for me to get to know some of yours as well. Mind if I sit? So, what brings you out to the field? Yes, I can see you eating lunch, but most people normally eat their lunches inside the cafeteria as opposed to outside here. You were watching practice. Whose? I see. Well, hey, you should come to a game sometime. I mean, I know you came to one before, but that one wasn't anything too crazy. Homecoming is just around the corner, so everyone is gonna be there. You'll think about it? That's great. I'd love to see you there. So, you haven't been answering my texts recently. I mean, not that you're obligated to do so, but it's just... Before that whole incident, we would text each other nearly every day, and I miss you. I know I messed up very badly, and I shouldn't have done what I did. It was selfish and immature, and I really just didn't think things through. Even though both Mari and Bella reassured me that you'd gotten used to her antics, at the very least, when they drag you out to whatever event they have planned, it was always because they genuinely wanted to spend time with you and get to know you. But it seems like whenever you and I would spend time with each other, there always is some underlying agenda. I'm sorry. I'm really, really, really sorry for making you feel like you're nothing but a chess piece for me to move in my attempts to flesh out my various machinations. It's not fair on you. In the slightest. Especially since you've been nothing but sincere and kind from the moment we met. Don't get me wrong, I loved hanging out with you, but no matter how much fun I had, I never fully considered your feelings. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry for always putting my needs before yours, for dragging you into my messy life without any regard to what you want. Is there any way I can make it up to you? What? Hey! What are you... So does this mean that you forgive me? Thank you. I missed you so much. It genuinely broke my heart when I realized that all I've been doing was hurting you. I was selfish and unappreciative, and I took you for granted, and I'm so sorry. Yeah, I suppose that is a common theme with us Lake Valerie ladies. We tend to take what we want without a second glance. And I want you.
I've thought it through. I've thought it all through, and I genuinely want you. I want you more than just a shoulder to cry on or a friend I get to boss around and kiss on occasion. I want you. As a partner. I'm not really big on titles, but if that's what you want, I'm all for it. You want to call me your partner? Fine. You want us to go on dates and hold hands and not have anyone else come between us? Fine. It's all fine by me. Whatever you want. I nearly lost you, and I'm not going to run the risk of doing that ever again. Oh. We're hugging now. This is nice. I have to admit, it's really nice to just have you in my arms again after all this time. I don't think you quite understand or can fully comprehend just how agonizing it was not talking to you for that long. It hurt me so much to know that it was all my doing, that I hurt you to the point where you didn't want anything to do with me. It hurt for you too. Would it be bad for me to say that I'm just a tiny bit pleased that you felt the same way I did? I think this is the part where most people say I love you, huh? Yeah, it would be the perfect time to, but I don't think either of us are ready for that just yet. No, didn't think so. Oh, right, that. Well, I wasn't going to delude myself into thinking that we would be 100% exclusive. I mean, say what you want, but I do believe that you formed a strong attachment to Mari and Bella, correct? Well, this is an area that I've never traversed into, but if you want to have a relationship with them as well, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, the two of them are my best friends, and I'm sure they wouldn't be against sharing you amongst the three of us, but I suppose you'll just have to run it by them first. Oh, goddess, I wonder what everyone on campus is going to say when they find out. Well, yes, I suppose that is true. No one else really matters in this relationship. The only ones that do matter are the ones who are directly involved in it. This is going to be a very nice change of pace. Very much so.
There you are. What on earth do you think you're doing? Yeah, I know that's Florence's bag. Who else brings a Chanel bag to campus? I meant, what on earth was that lovey-dovey display I saw before Florence went out on the pitch? Oh, that was nothing, was it? For the last few days, everyone and their mothers have been talking about you and Florence making your situation official, and neither of you decided to give me a heads up. Sorry? That's all you have to say to me? Sorry? No. If you were sorry, you would have told me immediately after you and Florence decided to make it official. I mean, how the hell did that even happen? The two of you have been at each other's throats ever since the incident where she basically kidnapped you for her own self-serving reasons. Florence has always had a habit of going to ridiculous lengths to get what she wants, but she took it way too far that time. And instead of getting mad at her, you two are now dating? No. I don't want to hear it. You should have told me you were interested in her like that. You should have told me from the get-go that you were going to pursue something with her. I get it. Everything myself and Bella and even Florence have been doing with you up until this point has been all fun and games. But that does not mean you run off and make your own moves without telling the rest of us. Did Florence even think about the ramifications of making things official with you? Well, clearly she didn't. God, that girl must have lost it. Out of everyone she can stake her entire reputation on, why did it have to be you? You are a nobody. A goody two-shoes who has always followed the rules because you were too scared to upset anyone. Imagine my surprise when I heard from one of the catty cheerleaders that the two of you have been getting all cozy with each other. Out of everyone, I could have lost you too. I would have never imagined losing you to Florence. Sure, the three of us have had our own fun with you, but I didn't think she'd actually fall for someone like you. Tell me, how did a little mouse such as yourself, a token wallflower with nothing substantial to make you stand out from the crowd, capture the attention of the Ice Princess? Am I angry with you? Oh no, little mouse. I'm not angry. I'm furious. Get over here. Shut it. I don't want to hear another word from you. Fuck whatever Florence asked you to do. That little princess gets whatever she wants, whenever she wants. Well, it's time for her to learn that not everything in life is going to be handed to her on a silver platter. Especially not a toy that I saw first. Enough. Stop trying to run from me. Stop trying to fight me. You're only going to make things worse. For once in your life, just stay put like a good little mouse and shut your mouth. Oh, did the little mouse finally learn how to listen to instructions? You seemed so intent on fighting me before. What happened to that fire in your eye? Is it because we're trapped in this locker? In this enclosed space together? I can feel your heart racing. Is it due to fear? Or frustration? Or perhaps a little bit of both? I thought so. Well, now you know how I've been feeling ever since I found out about you and the Ice Princess. My friend and my entertainment, leaving me out of the fold. How cruel. What? No, I don't give a fuck that you're with Florence now. I just care that I wasn't the first one you decided to call it with. Florence always gets what she wants. She always comes first. Even though I was the one who saw you for who you were first. Florence used you, and you let her. And even through all that, you chose her. She said that. She said that it would be delusional for her to think that she wouldn't have to share you. Well, she's right. But I'm selfish, little mouse. I want you all to myself. I didn't care when you and Florence and Bella were flirting and messing around, but this is serious. This is more than just some frivolous fun. We're talking about proper relationships. Well, if I have to share you, then I will, but I won't be happy about it. Of course I want to be with you, stupid. Why in the world would I go through the trouble of getting to know you and pulling insane stunts such as sneaking into your room without any warning beforehand if I didn't like you? My God, little mouse. I knew you were an empty-headed thing, but I didn't think you were this pathetic. I want you. I wanted you from the start. I told you. You are the only one I treat this way. Anytime I think about treating someone else in the same manner that I treat you, I convulse with disgust. But there's just something about you that brings out the more sinister side of me. I've yet to decide if I like it or not, but from that gorgeous expression on your face and dazed look in your eye, you like it, don't you? I thought so. Florence could never give you this. She could never tear you down and build you back up piece by piece. All she can do is shower you with adoration and affection, but I know you. I know who you really are. You like playing these filthy games. Neither Florence or Bella know exactly how depraved and pathetic you really are, but I do. I know it all too well. It's too bad you picked her first, little mouse. Yes, too bad indeed. Now I'm not so sure if I want to continue this little game of ours. Oh, I know full well that I want you, little mouse, but that doesn't mean I'll spoil you rotten. You're not mine yet, and therefore, you're not mine to spoil. Don't pout at me. It only makes me want to tease you more. So, little mouse, what do you have to say for yourself? You're sorry for not telling me about you and Florence's situation. Are you sure? Good. That's a good little mouse. Next time something like this happens, I want to hear it from you, not some gossipy brat. Did I scare you? Good. You should be scared. I was going to take a page out of Florence and Bella's book and just whisk you away before having this conversation, but, like I said, why should I spoil you? A punishment isn't a punishment if you enjoy it, little mouse. Where do we go from here? Well, you have to get yourself situated and get back onto the field. I'm sure our princess misses you and wants you to be out there to support her. I suppose it wouldn't be good manners to ask someone out on a date when the two of you are trapped in a locker, huh? No, it wouldn't be. Oh no, we're not official just yet. We still have yet to do normal couple stuff. I don't want us to get swept away by the current before thinking things through. Good. You're catching on. Well, go on now. One of your partners is waiting for you. Oh, and do me a favor. Tell Florence for me, won't you? Where were you last Saturday? You said you would swing by Florence's place and we would talk about the entire situation. What do you mean you forgot? Okay, that pathetic excuse may work for other people, but not for me. Not that you need me to remind you, but you were the one who hounded me to work on that stupid presentation with you for that club or whatever. You're notoriously meticulous. You carry that journal of yours wherever you go, just in case you need to jot things down. What? Don't get it twisted, little mouse. I didn't notice because I wanted to notice. It's just... you do it all the time, so much so that anyone with two eyes can see it. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, don't try and change the subject. Where were you? Why didn't you come by? You've been studying for transfer exams. What for? You still have a whole month to prepare for them. Besides, they're not that big of a deal. Okay, I suppose for nerds like yourself who think school means everything, but spending your entire weekend studying for them when they're a while away is not a good excuse. You've also been trying to catch up with your other classes. What on earth have you been doing that would make you fall behind? And that sounds like a self-induced problem, doesn't it? Good lord, you really are helpless, aren't you? Come here. Come with me. I don't care if you have a class or if you need to meet up with the princess of some far-off kingdom. Come with me, right now, or I swear I'll kiss you in front of the entire school population. And we wouldn't want those rumors spiraling out of control now, would we? Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on. Are you seriously out of breath? God, you really are helpless, aren't you? No wonder why you let the rest of us walk all over you. Here, come here. Up we go. There we are. What do you mean, what are we doing up here? We're here to give you a break, silly. Yeah, I believe you. In fact, I would have known even if you didn't say anything. Come on now, little mouse. Give me some credit here. If I've noticed your little habit of carrying a journal everywhere, did you really think I wouldn't notice those eye bags and bloodshot eyes? Well, clearly whatever eye drops you've been using aren't working. Ditch them. You don't need them. Besides, who cares? You think you're the only one at Lake Valerie that's stressed out about transfer exams? Everyone, including the professors, are exhausted. Yeah. No need to try and keep up appearances. Why do I not seem stressed? Because I'm not. I already know where I'm going after Lake Valerie, and it doesn't require taking an arbitrary exam that won't mean anything in a few years' time. Anyway, enough about that. Lay down. I said, lay down, little mouse. I know sleep deprivation can impair judgment, but don't tell me all those all-nighters you've been pulling have made you as empty-headed as you look. No, little mouse. I offered my lap as a cushion, didn't I? I don't mind. How long has it been since you've gotten proper rest? Little mouse, I know school's important to you, but nothing is worth sacrificing your health for. You're not a machine that runs on caffeine, you're only human. Surprised that I have a soft side, little mouse? I'm not a raging bitch all the time, contrary to your opinion of me. But I don't think you mind my being mean to you at all, do you? I've noticed you're squirming more than once when I'm being mean to you, and I don't think that's from anxiety now, is it? That's enough teasing. The goal is for you to get some rest, not to get you all worked up. I'm only going to say this once, so pay attention. You are one of the smartest people I know. You'll ace your transfer exams and make your mark on this world, so don't worry so much. There are more important things to life than just studying and getting good grades and going to a good school. You deserve so much more than that, little mouse. So much more. Well, after all that time I spent pushing and shoving you against walls and locker doors, you deserve it. But if you tell anyone what happened here today, I'll do something far worse than trapping you in a locker. Yeah, count on it. You're going to be okay. Everything you worked for throughout these last few years, you'll get it. Trust me. What if you want me? Oh, silly mouse. You already have me. Maybe I should be nice more often. What? This is the first time you've ever skipped class. Of course it is. What did I expect from a goody two-shoes like yourself? No, nothing wrong with not skipping class. In fact, you shouldn't ever skip class, but I think we can make an exception for it. This time. Oh, well, Florence obviously found out about the whole debacle that went down in the locker room a while ago, and she just wanted the three of us to sit down and talk about it. Bella also found out too, and she was a little weird about it. But she just wanted to talk about it and figure out how we should go about this entire situation. I mean, it's unconventional to be sure, but I guess at the end of the day, we're all trying to just make this work for as long as we can. Yeah, that certainly does put a damper on our plans, doesn't it? In any case, we really should just talk about it and get it over with. No use in dragging it out and making things even more complicated. Still mad at Florence for making the first move, but what else did I expect? That girl has no regard for anyone else's desires, only her own. True, if she was knowing about it, it would be unbearable, but for some reason, it's slightly endearing. Almost like a little puppy begging for treats. Yeah, I think she's more of a cat, too. As much as I'd hate to admit this, I'm actually going to miss this place. It has its shortcomings, as does everywhere else, but it did bring about quite a few memories. Yes, like the time you tripped and fell over nothing. Or that time I snuck into your room and we were caught by your sister. I should do that again. You'd like that? Good. Not that you have much of a choice on the matter. You should try and get some rest. I'll wake you up when the bell rings. Ah, which bell indeed? Well, I suppose you'll just have to find out when you wake up. Hey, you. I didn't think you'd make it, but I'm glad to see you. Why didn't I think you'd make it? Well, your girlfriend is currently on her daddy's private jet to the Seychelles, no? I thought for sure she would rope you into her little excursion. Metaphorically or literally. Well, it's definitely a lot warmer there than it is here. That's true. Who needs overpriced margaritas with cute little umbrellas when you can bundle up in front of a fireplace? Or a portable radiator for us peasants. I seem to be in a good mood. Well, surprisingly I am. Things have been crazy recently with the holiday party and graduation and transfer stuff and all that boring adult stuff that we need to worry about. Yeah, well, hey. At least the academy is decent enough to give their students a break, even if it's only for one night. With everything coming to an end, how could I not be in a good mood? Plus, sneaking a bit of vodka into the punch definitely helps. Want some? I have enough for another drink or two. You sure? Okay, well, you let me know if you need a bit of liquid courage. The orange juice in the punch is killing it for me. Yeah, the committee wouldn't listen to me when I brought up the drink menu, citing budget cuts. Yes, the vodka definitely makes up for it, but then again, vodka does make everything better. If you're that way inclined, of course. Drink responsibly. Alright, enough small talk. Tell me, what's been going on with you and Florence and Mari? Oh, well, that's interesting. I thought for sure you and Mari would end up together. Oh, I don't know, the two of you just seem closer than you and Florence do. Plus, you've known Mari for longer, no? Ah, so it was a bit of an impromptu decision then, huh? Well, considering how well you both know Mari, we both know that that girl isn't going to go down without a fight. Nope, definitely not. If there's one thing Mari is good at, it's fighting for what she wants. That girl fights like she's fighting for air at the bottom of the ocean. Yes, everyone has something they're good at. As for Florence, it's getting what she wants. for Mari, it's fighting for what she wants. Me? I don't know. What do you think? Do you think I'm like either of them? Do you think I'm as demanding as Florence or abrasive like Mari? No. You think I'm worse than that? Oh, keep talking to me like that and I might have to steal you from those two. Well, you are correct on that front. I am also interested in you, but I'm not so delusional like those two to prioritize my feelings over the circumstances. You currently have 3 women fighting for your attention at a time of great change and uncertainty. I've effectively taken myself out of the race after hearing about you and Florence's relationship. Not that I mind sharing, mind you, but I don't make it a habit to compete when I'm effectively losing. Well, it seems to me that you've sort of resigned yourself to someone else as well, you shining star. I would have thought that you'd put up a bit more of a fight, or did Mari stamp that out of you? I'm sure the 3 of you will try and make it work, but why bother? We're all leaving the school soon, and we're going to be headed in dramatically different directions. Why waste your time on something so unstable when you can save your time and energy and look for something more mundane in the future? Of course. You like it, don't you? The uncertainty and the thrill of it all. Not that I blame you. Both Mari and Florence are gorgeous, and I'm not so bad if I do say so myself. Must be terribly difficult for you to choose, no? Yes, well, whoever said you needed to choose? I think it's time you asked me for a dance. Oh. You want to make this a bit more fun, do you? Say less. Cup, please. Cheers, shining star. Now, let's show these pompous Lake Valerie urchins what real fun looks like. Nothing. Everything is perfect. For now, anyway. Well, I know the moment Mari gets over her cold and Florence gets back from her trip, your attention is going to be divided amongst the 2 of them. I hate that the only times we have together are stolen moments, carved from their negligence and absences. That's my proclivity now, is it? Whilst the other 2 are direct with their intentions, I'm discreet. Oh, I like that. I'm good at purloining what I want. How appropriate. Yes, let's talk about something else. How are you feeling right now? Good. I'm glad to hear it. And yes, you're correct on that front. The vodka most definitely makes the sorry excuse for Christmas punch much better. Well, everything in moderation, of course. Unless you're me. Oh, come now. Life is much too short to be a complete goody two-shoes and follow all the rules all the time. You, of all people, should know that. I may have snuck a bit of alcohol into a drink or two, but you, my lovely shining star, are dating outside the boundaries of convention. I think, despite your best efforts to remain as pious as possible, we both know how to have a good time. Let's find somewhere quiet. My shoes are killing me. Yes, the shoes I wear on a normal, everyday basis are suddenly becoming very uncomfortable. This way. Best part about a school holiday celebration. Everyone is there, which means no one should be roaming around campus unless they're looking for some privacy. Yeah, here we are. One that isn't locked. Though, a lock-picking set would fix that problem very quickly. There we are. Now, mistletoe. Yes, as I said, I'm discreet. No more hiding. I don't want to hide how I feel about you anymore. Florence and Mari may have gotten their hands on you first, but that doesn't mean I can't join in on the fun. I know I did say that I didn't like competing and losing battles, but this, I'm willing to try and fight for this. Or at the very least join in on the fun. I'm no stranger to sharing, you know. I've had to share everything with those two girls since the moment we all laid our eyes on you. I think it's time that they stop being so selfish and make room for me. Call me a hypocrite if you so wish, but if you were in my position, watching the two people you care for most monopolize on someone as intriguing and unique as you would take your chances too. Oh, did I have this planned out from the beginning? What do you think, Shining Star? Was this all a happy coincidence, or was this all arranged by me? Shall I divulge how I convinced Florence to let you stay behind to help the school prepare for the holiday party on the grounds of it looking nice on your resume, just as she was about to call you to ask if you'd like to go on a little getaway for the winter? Or shall I reveal how I dared Mari to jump into a freezing cold pool after she lost a bet with me, knowing that she'd never go back on a dare and would get sick as a result? Shall I recount the details of me slipping your name into the drawing when it came to picking the students that would help with the dance, or how I so masterfully picked the lock of the most discreet classroom in the school and hung up the mistletoe before heading back to the ballroom to see you in all your glory? Yes, let's just call it a happy coincidence. Devious indeed. That's me. Although, you shouldn't be a stranger to collusion behind the scenes, given all of our machinations. As you said, I'm used to purloining my way into getting what I want, and you are no exception. Hey, what do you think of this perfume? Daisy. Yeah, that's true. It's hard to pass judgment before trying it first, but I like the packaging. It's really cute. Oh, yeah, I ran out of the one that I'm using right now, and I was thinking of trying something fresher smelling, as opposed to the strong and potent perfumes I usually wear. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, enough chatting about perfumes, on account of you not wearing any. Come here. I'm not gonna do anything weird, just come here. I'm really happy I got to see you before you fly for... Where was it again? Ah, yes, there. I hear it rains quite a bit there. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true. Rain is good, especially for introverts like yourself. I'm kidding. It's also a great excuse to cancel any and all plans. Have you told Mari and Bella? I'm not an idiot, you know. Do you honestly think anything happens in Lake Valerie without my knowing? Well, I know the two of you kissed under mistletoe. It was quite strange for Bella to be so adamant as to my not bringing you on my trip to the Seychelles, but that's Bella. Quiet on the outside, but incredibly sly on the inside. At least Mari and I wear our hearts on our sleeves, or at least I do. Bella, on the other hand, well, I'm sure you already know. So, do you like her? Good, I'm glad. Although, it means I'll have to share you with someone else, but I'm glad that it's with her and Mari. Although, I'm still a little unsure about what Mari's deal is. She wants you, that's for sure, but she also doesn't want you. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, if you happen to run into her sometime before you leave, you should make things official. I'm assuming you've already done that with Bella. Oh, well, all in due time, I guess. I'm more generous than I usually am. Well, I guess my trip really did rejuvenate me. Some of my friends even said I was glowing when I came back. Oh, thanks. You're so sweet. Not hurting you, am I? Good. It's been a while since I've been on top of you like this, hasn't it? I was hoping we could spend some time like this together on our sabbatical, but this is fine as a consolation prize. More than fine. Should I get off? Good. Glad we can be intimate like this. Now, tell me about this school of yours. I haven't heard much about it, considering you've been keeping this under wraps until you've been accepted, and now that you've been accepted, it's time for you to spell. Oh, that sounds exciting. I'm really happy for you. No, seriously, I really am. I know I'm quite difficult to put up with, but I do sincerely mean this. You deserve everything good in this world. I know how hard you've been working at this, and I'm so pleased that you're getting where you want to be. Well, remember me when you're all successful and whatnot. Anyway, I really don't know why my family is even planning this stupid party anyway. We do enough events throughout the year. Yeah, I guess it's going to a good cause and whatnot, but still, it's a nuisance to pretend to be happy people who couldn't care less on a regular basis about the state of affairs outside their little gated communities. It's also performative, I guess. But I can't stand it. It's just not right. Yeah, I guess we should start getting ready to head out. Thanks for agreeing to come along, by the way. I know you didn't really have that much fun at the charity gala, but I really appreciated it. Yeah, I didn't think the food was all that good either. I'll take a greasy drive-thru burger over tiny cucumber sandwiches any day. Yeah, that's usually why I eat before going to one of these things. Anyway, if we get bored, maybe we can sneak off and get some real food or something later. Come on, up. Up you get. It's time to go. This is pathetically dull. The only exciting thing that's happened so far is Henrietta Thompson getting a drink thrown in her face by her ex-best friend for stealing her fiancé. I mean, I get why it happened, right? Like, they were best friends and whatever, but her supposed best friend also knew that Henrietta is the heiress to a diamond mine in Canada, so her family has been desperately trying to get her to marry someone in order to boost their standing. Yep, I know. Old-fashioned and bleak. I'm glad my family isn't like that. They don't really care all too much about that stuff anyway. We are all, in some regard, quite independent. My brother is lecturing about art history at a university, and my sister just passed the bar, leaving me to deal with the family business. Not that I mind, considering how much I like to boss people around, as you well know. Oh, have I never mentioned them before? Well, it really doesn't matter. They rarely come home anyway. It's always us visiting the two of them since they don't really like it here at Lake Valerie. Too slow for their lifestyles, I guess. Me? Where would I prefer to live if given the option? I suppose the city. I mean, I'm headed there anyway when I transfer, so... Oh, you didn't know? I got accepted into my program. Yep. I got the news on vacation, which is probably why I didn't mention it, but... that does mean we're going to be even farther away from each other soon. Yeah, but hey, we'll make it work. I mean, hell, if we can make it work between the four of us, then a little distance isn't going to stop us from being together. Oops. Sorry. I guess the hors d'oeuvres aren't cutting it. Honestly, I think this is my parents' way of spiting the attendees for being so ridiculously pompous. Should we get out of here and get some real food now? Ooh, that sounds really good right now. Oh, and the burger place down the street has some of the best milkshakes this side of the lake. Ooh, okay. Well, let's head down to the pier then. Come on, before anyone sees. Are you driving or... Okay, well, it's my car, so I'm driving. Come on, let's go. That was really good. Right? Yeah, no, the strawberry cheesecake one used to be my favorite, but ever since the restaurant came out with their cookie dough one, I've been obsessed. Here, you want to trade? Right? It's so good. I think this is gonna be the thing I miss most when I move. I've been so caught up on everything I don't have, I forget about the things I do. Like this town and my friends and you. Yeah, really bad thing to say to your partner, huh? Well, hey, as I said, if we can make it work between the four of us, we can make it work with the distance. Yeah, I guess this is why I wasn't as upset as Mari and Bella were when they got the news. I understand what it feels like to want to leave this small town and make one's own way in the world. It's exciting and new and exhilarating and everything you want it to be, but at the same time, it's sad. We're leaving behind things we care about, which is why I'm really happy that you're moving forward too. Looking into the future and all that. In any case, even if we all move forward with our lives, we'll always have the memories we made here at Lake Valerie, no? So, before the night ends and before your flight, let's just enjoy the time we have together. Hey, don't say that. You're making it sound as if this is the last time you're going to be seeing any of us. Don't worry your pretty little head about anything. We still have a lot more to face together. Took you long enough. I've been ringing your doorbell for the last 3 minutes. What on earth were you doing? Alright, fine. Are you going to have to climb in through your window again? Either way is fine with me. Alright then, step aside. Were you actually listening to music, or were you just intentionally ignoring me? I already told you I was sorry. Yeah, I guess I deserved that, but you gotta give me some leeway on that. I had to hear from Miss Princess Florence that you were going to be moving away to finish your education. Right, I know. That's still no excuse for blowing up in your face in the hallway, but I just... Anyway, that's not why I'm here. I want to apologize. Like, properly. Or something. Your sister isn't home, is she? I'd, mind if she walked in on us talking or anything, but I'd rather this just stay between the two of us. So, when exactly were you going to tell me that we were going to be leaving? Or were you just not going to tell me at all? Really? You were gonna tell me when the time was right. And both Bella and Florence knew about your plans for months. Even the other teachers and professors knew you were going to leave. Practically everyone knew. Except me. Am I upset? Of course I'm upset, you stupid little mouse. God, What do I need to do so you can get it through your thick skull that Do I really have to say it? If I have to say it, then you really... Look, what exactly do I have to do to make it up to you? I'll do anything. Yes, anything. Oh god, you're not gonna be asking me to do something embarrassing, right? Look, I am sorry, but if you're gonna make me do something weird, then forget it. What? Show me. What is this? What am I watching? An ASMR video. What's that? Oh, one of those, like, whispery type videos, right? I think Bella watches them sometimes, but the ones she watches are... Yeah, I think she watches ones where people pretend like they're doctors or something like that. Is that what this is? Okay. So, why exactly are you... You want me to emulate what she's doing in this video? Really? If I do this for you, will you forgive me? Fine, but if you tell anyone I did this, I swear. Alright, you got yourself a deal then. Go get whatever You've been waiting for the day you can ask someone to do this for you, haven't you? Everything in my... Yeah, I think I got the general idea. Come here. Sit between my legs. You just asked me to do some ASMR type stuff on you, and the thing that's gonna get you embarrassed is me telling you to sit between my legs? Uh-huh. Right. I'm sure it is. Well, are you going to, or... Good little mouse. Let's see. What shall I do first? The person in the video started with some soft whispering, so... like this. Stay still for me, little mouse. Relax. 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 You're very tense. Relax, little mouse. You're so tense. You're supposed to be relaxing, not tensing up. Was that a whine, little mouse? Shh, 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 shh. Now, let's have some fun with this. Tickles? Good or bad? Okay. Wouldn't want to accidentally poke you or do it too hard. I'm just going to clean the outside of your ears with this part, okay? As much as I appreciate your faith in me, little mouse, I'd rather play it safe. This is my first time after all. silicone one. No, I'm not going to go too hard, but let me know if I'm being too rough, okay? I don't want to hurt you. ears are quite clean, so I'm not entirely sure why I'm even doing this. Because it feels nice. Fair enough, I suppose. You weren't kidding when you said this stuff helps you fall asleep. Well, I suppose this means I'm forgiven. Good night, little mouse. Why have you been avoiding me? And why have you been lying to me? Don't act all innocent. We both know that that's exactly what you've been doing. Oh, sweetheart, I can list out a laundry list of examples as to how you've been avoiding me. Alright, well, first off, you haven't been returning my calls or my texts, and of course you can chalk that up to just being busy. But you normally always return them, even if it takes you a while to do so. Every time I try to swing by your place, you're either out or busy. And let's be honest, you don't step out of your house all that often. Ergo, you've been avoiding me, and I'd like to know why. Do you think that if I really bought that excuse, I'd be sitting on top of you right now, pinning you down to your bed? Yeah, I didn't think so. But you can save yourself the trouble of coming up with some fabricated story. I know exactly why you've been lying and avoiding me. In all the time that we've known each other, I think we can both agree that I know you better than you know yourself. You've been having sleep troubles, haven't you? How do I know that? Like I said, I know you better than you know yourself. I know you've been trying to use different methods in order to get rid of the puffiness right there under your eyes. I know you even attempted to steal your sister's makeup to try and cover it, but because you have no idea how makeup works, it's very easy to tell. And I know the reason why you've been hiding this from me, and from everyone is because you don't want them to worry about you. But don't you realize, by not telling us, you're just making us even more worried? Yes, I suppose you can think of this as a wellness check. Or a wellness check plus a pamper session. I'm gonna help you try and fall asleep. Does that sound okay to you? Yeah? Good. Hold still. Well, if you really must know what I'm doing, I've been doing some research on this lovely little thing called ASMR, and I've read that this gentle tapping really helps people fall asleep.
always one thing I never actually have to worry about. Yes, your hair. It's always so soft and smooth and well kept. Yes, I know you get regular trims. I haven't forgotten. I think you forget. The barber you see, Jack, he's a close friend. He was actually my colorist too. Helped me maintain this hair color for a long time without any damage. I love your hair so much. It's so soft. I could play with it all day. Why did you keep this from me? The fact that you've been so stressed and tired. I'm sure you didn't mean to, but you did. We're a team now. You never have to. You never have to hide anything from me. Sorry that you felt like you couldn't talk to me. I would have helped you. Would have been there to comfort you when this first became a problem. I'm sorry to hear that, Eddie. But you're not alone there. I've been incredibly stressed out recently, too. Yeah, I haven't told too many people about this, but I applied to a ton of jobs and internships recently, and none of them seem to want to reply back. It's been really difficult, and there's just this certain feeling of failure and inadequacy. But it's going to be okay. You know that, right? You're not a failure just because you didn't achieve something right away. Success comes at different times to different people at different paces in different ways. One person's definition of a successful life is completely different from the person sitting next to them. So it's all subjective, really. But it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You want to know how I know that? It's because we've made it thus far, silly. And if we can make it this far, we can make it even further. And because being here, relaxing with you, just
Just makes everything a lot easier to stomach, I guess. Truth is, I've been really pent up because of all the stress. Sorry for tackling you, by the way, but even through all of that, even though I probably shouldn't have pinned you down to your bed without any warning or explanation, I knew seeing you was the right thing to do. I knew it would set me straight. And it has. Oops. I guess you're right. That'll definitely teach you to keep things from me, huh? You know what I wish? Sometimes I wish we could just get away. Even if it's only for a weekend. Just pack up a small suitcase or duffel bag of clothes and drive to the nearest small town with a lot of trees and greenery and mountains and hiking trails. And rent a cute little cabin on the outskirts of the deeper woods and stay in, read a book or two, hang out by the fireplace, just be in each other's company as the entire world around us fades into nothing but obscurity. No one can find us. No one can disturb us and instill these nonsensical expectations into us about how we should be productive members of society. I know, I normally don't like the woods, but if it means being secluded with you, I can think of worse pains. In fact, I can't think of a better one. I'm glad you agree. Honestly, one of my items on my bucket list is to do exactly that. Spend a weekend or a whole week or 2 weeks or maybe a month just locked away in some cabin in the woods. Just focus on finding myself or healing or being
It's not a bad thing, it's a very good thing. It's the reason why I'm here. To make sure that you are very, very, very relaxed. Guilty as charged. Yeah, I did have a small talk with Bella, and she told me that you've been incredibly stressed, haven't you? I'm sure Bella took really good care of you, but her methods of care are a bit different than mine. See, what Bella doesn't do is notice the little details. Yes, she may have realized that the bags under your eyes have been quite puffy recently, but she has absolutely no idea how to take care of that. She also has absolutely no idea that you have quite a bit of inflammation here, and here, and here. So, I'm going to take care of that for you today. Yes. I mean, if you don't want me to, then I could just go ahead and go home. That's what I thought. Let's start with a bit of a massage. This is my favorite